Hello, hello, hello. Greetings from the library cave. I am Aspen Dracaena, your friendly neighborhood Ice Dragon Bookwyrm VTuber, and I am playing Final Fantasy XIV for the first time ever. So, I'll talk about my experience with Final Fantasy. It's very minimal. I have only ever played some of the very first Final Fantasy game. That's all my experience. I've seen art online. I've, seen a little bit of gameplay. I've watched other friends play, but I try not to watch too much because I know I was going to play this. So I wanted to make sure I was paying as little attention as possible so that I could still get the story and it'll be like a surprise. But paying enough attention so I was, giving friends, the attention they need when they're streaming because we love to support our friends. And then I'd say like my real introduction to this game, weirdly enough, is the Japanese series, the TV series called Final Fantasy Dad of Light. And that's such a good show. It is so good. I highly recommend watching that show. It's a very sweet show about a guy and his father connecting over Final Fantasy. So, if you have not seen it, you should watch it. I think it's still on Netflix. But anyway, so just so y'all know, when I do character creation, I take my time. So there probably will be a lot of time spent on me just making a character. And I am going to try to go against instinct. Usually in, RPG type games, I tend to play healers. It's a comfort area for me. So I am going to not be a healer because it's too easy for me to default to that. So let's see what happens. I'm gonna start. Also, I hope your weekend is starting okay. I know this has been an intense week for a lot of us. I've talked a bit about it in my past 2 streams. Just want everybody to remember you are welcome here. You are loved. I think my life is more enriched by having diversity in my friendships. I learned so much more about the world because I try to be open to people. So please know that you're always welcome here. This is definitely a place of love. So I'm happy that you're all here. Let's get started. Okay. So it looks like there's certain places I can go. North America. So Dynamis is, I think most of my friends that I know of are in Dynamis. Somebody mentioned Seraph to me as well. So, Dynamis. Proceed. I don't know where I'm going to end up, so I'm just going to do my best. And try to get into the game the best I can. We'll see what happens.
Heidelin. A vibrant planet blessed by the light of the crystal. Amid azure seas, encompassing the westernmost of the 3 great continents, there lies a realm embraced by gods and forged by heroes. Her name, Eorzea. The annals of Eorzean history chart the rise of a succession of great civilizations, each one enjoying an age of peace, the astral eras. To date, all have proven ephemeral. In the year 1572 of the 6th and most recent astral era, the Northern Empire of Garlemald amassed a great army at the heart of Eorzea, seeking dominion over all. Rising in desperate resistance, the forces of the Eorzean Alliance met their would-be conquerors in the field. Yet, even as the battle raged, the lesser moon, Garlemald, was plucked from the heavens through imperial machination. From its core emerged the elder primal Bahamut, who unleashed his fury upon the realm. The devastation brought Eorzea to its knees and the era to its end.
Did they just kill my cousin? Hi, guys. Did they just kill my cousin? I am a dragon. Was that my cousin?
5 years have come and gone.
They would never.
The light of life still shines.
Hi, Aspen.
Man labors tirelessly to raise himself from the calamity's ruin. The realm is forever changed, a stranger to him once more.
Sure, they probably didn't know it was my cousin Rayo.
Yet heedless of what
You're
lies
right.
ahead, he shall press on. Spurred by the promise of peace and prosperity.
By killing my cousin.
Amid this period of great change, an adventurer arrives in Eorzea, one whose tale is yet unwritten.
My tail. Pretty sure he was just pulling a prank.
May he ever walk in the light of the crystal.
Okay. Character creation. Let's do it. Here are said to have first traveled to Eorzea from her surrounding continents and islands. 3 great migratory waves later, they are now the most populous of all the civilized races. They exhibit a relatively modest physique, both in height and build, and are known for their peculiarly short, rounded ears. Heroes are well suited for traveling long distances by foot, a trait thought to account for their swift proliferation. Their espousal of an eclectic variety of languages and traditions is a legacy of their diverse heritage, as is their resulting lack of a unified cultural identity. First of all, girl. Second of all, let's see. Elizan? In former times, the Elizan were the sole inhabitants of Eorzea, claiming dominion over her, traditionally a nomadic people, the tall, slender Elizin believed the realm to be theirs by divine right. Unfortunately, this belief made the eventual appearance of the Hyur in the multitudes akin to an invasion, and a long history of conflict ensued. Ultimately, the Elizin diverged into two clans that exist today. The Wildwood Elizin took to the forest to protect their homeland, while the Duskwhite Elizin withdrew to caves and subterranean, opting instead to avoid all contact with any but their own. Lalafell. Oh, these are the cute little ones. A wee people sporting short, rotund bodies, the Lalafell appear as no more than children to the eyes of most. Many of these nimble little folk hail from the islands of the South Seas, where they practice a simple agricultural lifestyle. It was not until the opening of maritime trade routes that the gradual migration of Lalafells to Eorzea began. Now one of the most well-established races in the realm, Lalafells can be found in great numbers in nearly every city. Though Lalafellan culture places great emphasis on blood relations, individuals are known for getting along amicably with members of all races. Mikoti. Oh, these are the cat people. The ancestors of the Mikoti or Mikote, made their way to Eorzea during the Age of Endless Frost, traversing the frozen seas in pursuit of wildlife upon which they subsisted. Me English speak good. Adaptation to a hunting lifestyle has fashioned them with a keen sense of smell, powerful legs, and a tail which provides them with exceptional balance. Mikote are known to be very territorial, and many individuals tend to lead solitary lifestyles, particularly males. Might go with these guys. I don't know. I like the idea of being a cat person, because I like cats. Alright. Roe Gaiden. They are. Known for their brawny builds and piercing eyes, the Roe Gaiden are the largest and most rugged of Eorzea's races. The majority of the realm's Roe Gaiden belong to the Seawolf clan, a maritime people who earn their keep on or by the sea. Interesting. Be it as sailors, fishermen, or Rogadin. Thank you. We only heard them say their race name for the first time in the newest. That's awesome. That's good to know. Thank you, Rayo. Comparatively fewer number are the Hellsguard, who are known for their more earnest demeanors and can often be found working as bodyguards and smithies. Aura. The curved horns. I don't know. Maybe I should do these guys. You know, I have horns. The curved horns and beautifully patterned scales that characterize the aura oft give rise to speculation that members of this Hyur-like race native to the far eastern continent of Othard are in fact the progeny of dragons. Maybe I should do this one, you guys. It would fit with, you know, me being a dragon. Yay! They're my other cousins. This, however, has long been disputed, with scholars citing several distinct differences in the two races as evidence of decidedly dissimilar roots. Okay, maybe not. The first and foremost being the enhanced hearing and spatial recognition granted by an aura's cranial projections, traits not attributed to draconian horns. And the second being the gross disproportion in body mass between Ari males and females. Again, a trait widely unseen in Dragon's Way. There's a difference. Holy, yeah. Damn. The dudes are way bigger. Wait. Okay. Wait. Okay, so they're more similar. They're similar. Elizin are similar. They're very elven. Okay. Hrothgar. Ooh, these are cool. Oh, look at them. Oh my god, look at that guy. That guy's huge. So, Hrothgar, hailing from the distant shores of Ilsabard, the Hrothgar are a burly people of lion-like appearance. Or the males are, at least. Female Hrothgar are brand new. Interesting. Females number staggeringly few among their population and thus are rarely so much as glimpsed by the other races. The Hrothgar's imposing countenance, mitigated not at all by their sharp claws and their still sharper fangs, incited panic amongst Eorzeans upon their arrival. As they are also unable to communicate, initial interactions with the common folk often escalated into conflict. It was not until Hrothgar gained mastery of the common tongue that fears were allayed, and in time they would be as neighbors, welcome in all corners of the realm. And then Viera. I know the Viera. A certain friend is a Viera. So Viera, of tall stature and slender frame. Let's see, the males. Viera are very pretty, I think. Of tall stature and slender frame, the Viera's physical appearance is strikingly similar to that of Hjur and Elizin, save for their distinctive long ears. Adhering to a strict code known as the Green Word, they are prohibited from contact with the outside world under threat of exile. Their society is purely matriarchal, and males of age are seldom, if ever, found within the bounds of any village. They instead serve as protectors of the woods from the shadows, that no evil may ever encroach on their sacred lands. Pose, standing, unique. Oh, this is interesting, seeing how they move around. Oh, she's yawning. Yes, Viera are so pretty. Like, I mean, you know, while in some ways it's very tempting, because they're gorgeous creatures for sure, I think I'm going to go with the Aura. Or Aura. Aura. Just because it suits me in terms of, you know, being a dragon and all. So, yeah, so wait. Although the guys are scary. Okay, maybe not with that dance. I think he's a little too happy. This is a happy guy. This dude is too happy. Maybe he's not so scary if that's how he dances. Okay. Race, job, small clothes. Okay, so she has a tail. Actually, that tail is not so different from mine. Job. Race. Okay. So... Oh, I don't really need to see the background. Okay. But yeah, I'll go with an Aura, because... You know, I've mostly seen people play Vieras, so I'm gonna go with... Alright. Okay, Ari creation myths tell of a Dawn Father and a Dusk Mother. Okay, keep dancing. From whom all Aura are descended. The Rain believe their veins to run thick with the blood of the former, their brilliant white scales and iron wills serving as proof of this divine lineage. Unlike their sister clan, the Zayla, who bloody the land with endless tribal conflict, I don't know. The Rain have embraced a life of tranquility and solitude, long abandoning the nomadic lifestyle of their ancestors to settle in the deep valleys of Othard's mountainous eastern reaches. Only on rare occasions will one emerge from the valley mists to seek adventure in realms afar. They're kind of like hobbits. Like a cross between elves and hobbits, it sounds like. And then the Zayla. Our creation myths tells of a Dawn Father and a Dusk Mother, of whom all Aura are descended. The Zayla believe their veins run thick with the blood of the latter. Their lustrous black scales and fiery wills serving as proof of this divine lineage. Unlike their sister clan, the Rain, who lead solitary lives hidden behind the savage peaks of Othard's eastern reaches, the Zayla are free spirits who roam the vast western steppe in close-knit tribes, hunting, gathering, and warring as their ancestors have for countless generations. I think I'm more Rain. I think that's more me. Alright, height. What, can I do my height? Wait. 62.4 inches is shorter than I am in real life. But I'll go with that. I'll go with the taller. Yeah, because I'm, you know, I'm actually 60. Wait. No, wait. Hang on. How tall am I? Let me see here. Calculator. Calculator. Let's see. How tall am I? I am... How many inches is 5'6"? That's 5 times 12. 1. I think that's 66. No, 66 inches? I'm pretty sure it's 66 inches. Yeah, I think that would be a calculator. I don't know. Yeah, I'll just be tall. Everybody tells me I'm either tall or normal height. So here we go. I'll be a tall one. Bust size. Bust size. Look, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna try to make this as close to me as possible. So I'm probably gonna be more like, not this big, like there. Let's do 70 around here. Oh, that's probably more me. No, I'm probably bigger than that, but we'll leave it there. Tail shape. Wait, I think I need to switch to small clothes so I can actually see my tail. Can I turn her around? Oh, there we go. So... stop spinning. Okay, you know what? Standing. Stop it. Chill out, lady. Chill out. Okay, take a chill pill. Thank you. Alright. I think that's closer to my tail. Because I do have like a spiky at the end. It's like a little diamond. Whereas these other ones don't have a spiky. So I'm going to go with that one. Tail length. My tail's a little bit longer than that. I think it's about that long. Face. Alright, let's turn you back around, girly. There. So the options are this one. This one. This one, no. I'm thinking... Because... thinking either this one or this one. Considering that was the default, I kind of want to do this one. I think I'll go with this one. And the horns are more similar to mine with this one. Even though mine are higher on my head. I think that one, yeah. Okay. Skin color. I am a pale, pale girl. I am a pale, pale girl. That one's, let me see. It's funny because now I can look at myself right next to it. Oh. I think that one may be closest. I know I'm a little bluish in skin tone, but I have some pinkness to my cheeks, so let's go this one. I think that's going to be the closest. hairstyle. Let's see. That's kind of cute. Alright, that one might be an option. That one might be an option. Huh. Why don't they have curly hair? See, this is how I usually wear my hair in person, except my hair's curlier than this. But let's go. I kind of like this one. Here, hang on. Let me check something here. I don't do that in the back of my hair, but this. All right, I think that one's closest. All right, let's go with that. This is actually easier than I thought would be. Okay. What about up here? That is more white. That has some blue undertones. White. But it is more gray. My hair's more gray. That's kind of almost too white. Yeah, let's stick with the kind of bluish undertones. I think that will look good. Highlights, yes. Yes, give me blue. Blue highlights. Now, if I do the blue highlights, then I can switch this one to white. And then... or maybe more gray with blue highlights. What's that? Oh yeah, because see, look, there's some blue over there. That looks good. I like that. I like. But I think I need it a little lighter. I need it to have more blue. What about that one? Yeah, there we go. I think that's good. There we go. All right, let's see. Jaw. All right, type 1. Type 2. Okay, I don't see the difference. Okay. Type 1. Type 2. Type 3. Okay, I see a little bit. Maybe not. I don't really see the difference. Jaw. Maybe from this angle. 1. I don't know. I'll just leave it at 2 where it was originally. Okay. Iris size. Small or large? Small. Large. Wait. Okay. Odd eyes. Yes. One of my eyes is blue. Ah, you know, good point. Let me see. Jaw. Ah, here we go. Maybe the first one. So that's the narrowest jaw, it looks like. That one's a little more full. I think here, type 1. Thank you, Aspen. You always give good advice. Large or small? Here, let me... I can't really zoom in more. Meh. Alright. Okay. Alright. Large. Alright, so eyes. Eyes, eyes, eyes. Okay. So, which of my eyes... This eye needs to be blue. Mine is more icy. Almost turquoise. I think that's closest. And then the other one is more gray. How about there? Yep. I think that's it. Alright, so one blue eye, one gray eye. Wait, let me just check. Ooh, that might be closer. I think that's closer to my eye. And then this one is gray. Should I do lighter gray? Let's do a lighter gray. Slightly lighter. Okay. Limbal ring. What is a limbal ring? Oh. Do I even want a limbal ring? What is a limbal ring? You know what? Let's try it. See if I like it. Ah. You know what? No limbal ring. I'll leave it as is. Okay, eyebrows. I actually have darker eyebrows than my hair. Alright, so here, I'm gonna turn to the side so I can see my eyebrows. Alright, so there's type 1, type 2, type 3, and type 4. I kind of like that slight arch. I'm going with type 3. Mouth. Okay. Now, in person, I'll tell you, my mouth is pretty small. But the lips are pretty full, so... Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, I think 1 is more similar to mine. Keep it there. Other features. Let's see. Ooh, this is going to be interesting. So, more of a nose guard. And then a chin part. Okay. Oh, so that's like eyeliner? I'll leave it there. Let's see. I don't know, I kind of like... Do I want the nose guard? I kind of like that nose guard. I'm not into the chin one. The chin is a little much to me. But I like the nose guard. Okay. I can't really... Okay, this is for my cheeks. Okay. I am very blushy. Reverse? No. Okay. I have very pink cheeks, you guys. Just in case you didn't know, my cheeks are very pink. If you can't see it, I mean, you know, I have to be real here. I have very pink cheeks, especially in the winter. Wait, what? You thought I was blushing all the time. No, 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 no. My cheeks are just naturally like that. Okay. So what am I doing here, voice? Not that. Maybe. Yeah. I don't know, maybe that last one. Man, they make it complex. I'm not one to vocalize things a lot when I do stuff. Maybe 10. Alright, 10 is good there too. Ha! Not that. Maybe that one. Yeah, I think I'm more 12. Alright. Okay. Wait, what was that movement? That was really cutesy. Okay, not me. Definitely not me.
Yeah. Way.
Yeah. All right. That's a little bit more me. And maybe 9. See, when I laugh, it goes all over the place. Yeah. And then... Definitely not that. That sounds more like me. Okay, and then the last one. That sounds right. Okay. What am I on? Wait. Mouth. What was I? Oh, wait. Never went to nose. We did eyebrows. We didn't do nose. Okay. Right, let's see from the side. Which one's the closest to mine? In person. Wait. 5? Or 2? Hey, Giva, how's it going? So 2. Why do they look exactly the same? I guess it's the tip. Okay. Yes. I think 2 is it. Mouth. I already chose mouth. Lip color. Okay. I do have kind of pinkish lips in person. Well, what about... I feel like this is really not showing very much, but that's okay. What if it's like... I think the lip colors all look exactly the same. What if I did... Okay, here we go. So, yeah, But I am, you know, being an ice dragon, maybe I should go a little blue. Ah, dark. There we go. Because me... Let's see, in person, my lips are probably more like... that? More like that, maybe. That's how I am in person. Something like that. But, yeah. Should I stick with that? Should I stick with that? Right. But that looks bluer. And I think that fits me a little bit better in the game. So I'll stick with that. Okay. Other features. I already did other features. Face paint, color, voice. I got nose. Alright, so height, bust shape, tail length, face, skin color, hairstyle, hair color, jaw, eye shape. Yeah. I think this looks fairly enough like me. You know, is there a tail color? I guess the tail color depends on the skin color. I mean, I think that works. I think that works for me. Okay, let's see what the unique does. La la la. Okay. Are you gonna do a funny little dance? Yeah. See, she's tired, just like me. She's like me. Here, see, look. There. Okay. I'm gonna go with this. I'm happy. Yes, save slot 1. Aspen Original, yes. Wait. Aspen Dracaena 1, there we go. Date of birth. The selection has no... Well, what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I guess that would be third umbral moon. So that would be June, I guess. 7th. Alright, so the Eorzean year consists of the moon Menfina revolving around Hydaelyn's 2 astral and umbral poles while fluctuating between each of the 6 elements. In this, the year can be said to be the length of 12 moons. Very well. Halon, the mover of glaciers and goddess of war, is the guardian deity of Ishgard. She commands the element of ice and is associated with the first moon of the Eorzean calendar. Halon is the daughter of Rhalgar, the bitter rival of Nofika. So this is patron deity. Ret warrior. Okay. Menfina. Keeper of the moon, goddess of love. Element of ice. That's a possibility. She carries around a skillet. Ruler of rivers and wisdom, god of knowledge. Guardian deity of Sharlayan. He commands element of water and is associated with the third moon. This one's kind of cool too. I tend to be scholarly. Naimea, watcher of celestial bodies and goddess of fate. Commands element of water, associated with fourth moon. Weaver. Linian, watcher of seas and goddess of navigation. Strong fisherwoman. Oshan, the ruler of mountains and god of travelers and vagrants. Commands the element of wind. Close companion to Halon. Walking stick. Purveyor of architecture and industry, god of the arts. Hi, Persimmon, how you doing? Oh my gosh, I'm such a dork. You know, I cannot tell you guys how often when I am sitting here and people show up, I literally wave. Like, if my model were rigged to wave, you would see me waving at people all the time. It's so ridiculous. Okay. Let's see. Rhalgar, Breaker of Worlds. Not my kind of thing. Azema, Keeper of Sun, Goddess of Inquiry. Element of Fire. I really think I might be this one, but I'm going to look at the other ones. Overseer of the Underworld, God of Commerce. Fire. Nofika, Soils and Harvest. Earth. And then Althik. Change in space, god of time. So I'm thinking more, yeah, I'm going to say Thaliak. I think so. He's more knowledge, wisdom. I think that's for me. Has no effect on gameplay, but fine. Okay. Tank, healer, or DPS? Alright, tank. I'm not going to be a tank. I'm not ready to be a tank. And that's not really my style of things. I guess I only have limited... Provide succor to all in need. Though limited in their offense abilities, healers replenish health and protect their comrades with myriad rejuvenating skills. Begin your journey as a conjurer and later master of jobs of white mage, scholar, astrologian, and sage. Job of scholars unlocked via the DPS class of arcanist. Decimate your foes, possessing great talent for the offensive. Yes, yes. You know, I have so many people, Giva, who play this game now. Everybody's been so kind. They're like, please, if you need help with anything. I'm like, oh my gosh, I have so many awesome people who can mentor me. It's awesome. Okay, decimate your foes, possessing great talent for offense. DPS is a role whose sole focus is to rout the enemy with a diverse array of punishing attacks. Begin your journey as a pugilist, lancer, archer, thaumaturge, or arcanist. From there, master the jobs of monk, dragoon, ninja, samurai, reaper, viper, bard, machinist, dancer, black mage, summoner, red mage, pictomancer, and blue mage. Okay, so I know there are people who know this game. What's the difference between the mages? Because, like, with healer, you can be a white mage. But with DPS, there's also black, red, and blue mage. What are those differences? Because it might... Okay, the type of magic they use. So, black mage, I would assume, is like dark magic. Red mage may be fire. Blue mage might be water. Here, hang on. I am going to... Alright, black mage is all damage. Blue mage is a special job you won't really be playing. Red mage is kind of a mix of dark and light magic. And then white mage... So healer, conjurer is a gladiator. Elemental forces. Okay, conjurer. Wait, tank. Gladiator or marauders for tank. Healer is conjurer. DPS is pugilist. Arcanist. Summoner or scroller. Dark and light. Okay. Southern seas, occult grimoires, these symbols, okay, thereby allowing myriad spells. Gemstones, carbuncle. Thaumaturge is a black mage. Okay. Archer is a bard? Oh, archer associated with bard. Arcanist gets a book as a weapon. Okay, Lancer. And Pugilist. Hand-to-hand combat. You see, my automatic tendency is to be more of a conjurer. That's or a healer. Like, that's how I always play in games. I'm wondering if I should challenge myself, though. You know, maybe go with the Arcanist. I mean, she has a book. I mean, look at that. She has a book. I can change this freely in the future. Using self-same symbols is to unlock the latent power. Let me go back. So, conjurer. Okay, and that's... Although, very Gandalf. Unworked wood. Books rule. True, true. Arcanist. Let's go with Arcanist. I'm gonna go with that, because, I mean, book. You know? Book. Okay, Merilith. Select another. Okay, so this is where we get more specific. So, I know I have people who are friends who are seraphs, or who are in seraph, but it's not accepting any new characters. Select another world. So I can't do seraph. Merilith world. So that's unfortunate. But that's okay. A world is another name for a server in which your character will reside. Once you've chosen a homeworld, chances to move to another will be limited. So if you made plans to play Final Fantasy with friends, make certain you select the same one. So I don't have an option. As long as they are in the same region. Okay. So I can... That text is outdated. Okay. Let's see. Worlds are divided between 9 different data centers based on the location of their servers. To ensure you encounter the fewest number of latency issues, it is recommended that you select a data center that's closer to where you'll be playing. Okay. So is it telling me Merilith because of my location? Golem. Kuklain. Sounds very Irish. Excellent. Madon. I can play... Yeah, I'm in Dynamis. I think I'm stuck. Wait, hang on. It won't let me click out. So, yeah. Those are lower population servers, so they want people to make characters there. Okay. So, like, if I wanted to be in it, I have to wait for restrictions to be lifted or select another world. I love how Irish this sounds. It happens at random. I'm just gonna try this one because it sounds very Irish, and I have some Irish ancestry. C is C in Golem? I don't know. All she told me was Dynamis. So if she's in Golem, maybe I should go to Golem because then I can find her. That should be good. Golem. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Sunny. Ether Data Center and the Fairy server. Okay. Ether is like in the I'm guessing that's like the Europe server. So, right? You server hop all the time. Yeah. It's nice to know you can do that. Ether is in North America. Okay. Yeah, but it's nice that there's the option to server hop. It's like Dynamis, but a different one. Okay. Alright. I know that there's an ad that's going to start in a moment. I am going to run to the bathroom. I knew this would take a long time. I knew this would take at least an hour for me to figure all of this out. So, yeah, I'm gonna... While Sunny is finding out that info from C, I'm gonna go run to the bathroom. Be right back. Okay. Alright, I am back. So, you think she said it was Golem, but I can't find the combo. Okay, I'll go to Golem. I'll go to Golem. Because I'm guessing that is where Genki also plays too, because I know he plays with her. If anything, you can transfer your character later too. Fair enough. Alright, I'll go to Golem. First and last name of your character. I mean, I'll just go with what I am. I'll just go with me. Alright, before name. Must be a letter. Hyphens cannot be used in succession. Aura, rain, custom appearance. Seventh son of the third emerald moon. Thaliak, the scholar. Okay. I am little dragon girl. Yay! Begin a new name. Yes. Begin a new game. Woohoo! Congested server. Players in queue 4. Okay, fair enough. That's not a bad queue. The veteran reward rank 2. Total days subscribed. So yeah, I just decided to go for it and like subscribe. I am happy to friend anybody in this game. I don't know how to do that. But what's this over here? So Golem connection 1 of 8. That's so pretty. I love the art in this game. I think it's just gorgeous.
Here. Here. Feel.
Absolutely. We shall be friends. That guy does not look nice. I don't know how I feel about people in masks.
Feel. Think.
Maybe he does. Maybe that's why he's hiding his face. Well, that's an interesting outfit. Yeah, maybe he just really needs a hug. Oi, you alright, lass? You were moaning in your sleep and sweating buckets besides. Rolling of the ship got your stomach churning, has it? Don't seem like seasickness now that I look at you. It'll be the ether then, I reckon. Some are more sensitive to the stuff than others. See, and we ain't too far from Vilbrand, you know. Or Vilbrand now, which is chock full of etherites. No need to fret, though. You'll soon get used to it. Might as well have been bloomin' seasickness. Ships leaping around like a demented chocobo today. Chocobo! Sounds like a brand of chocolate. Oh, I didn't read that one. Yeah, blah blah. Okay, Limsa Lominsa's still a fair way off, in case you were wondering. Seeing as you're awake and all, how's about you keep me company till we get there? Them young'uns don't care for conversation, see? Anyway, Brennan's the name and peddlin's me trade. Chocobo. Chocobos are adorable. Interesting that his name is the last name of my pen name, Brennan. Chocobo. Something called Chocobo probably would be cute. This is cool. It's a flying ship. Or is it a floating ship? Or is it on the sea? I don't know. Ah, smell that salty sea breeze. Ah, smell that salty sea breeze. Now then, lass, judging by your unusual garments, I'd say you're one of them new adventurers. Am I warm? Look how pink her cheeks are. Those are my cheeks. Like in real life, my cheeks are very pink. I knew it. Going wherever the wind blows, seeking fortune and glory. Now that's what I call living. So long as you can avoid dying, I mean. Ain't no secret that adventuring's a risky business. These days especially. What was it that first attracted you to it? To gain power, to win glory, to amass a fortune. I don't know if any of those are me. It's because I want to explore. To gain power, win glory, amass a fortune. I'm not... Let's just say a fortune. Might as well. I'm a dragon after all. Fortune, eh? Well, it's a dream we've all had at one time or another. Once you learn to handle yourself in a fight, you'll want to pay a visit to whichever crafting or gathering guild tickles your fancy. Limsa Lominsa's renowned for its smithies and armorers, not to mention its fisher folk. And then there's its cooks, of course. Adventuring ain't just about killing things after all. A peaceful pastime may well help you make your fortune. Just remember, though, there are more important things than fortune and glory, such as breathing. Ain't no profit in being dead, and that's a fact. He looks like somebody I went to school with, named Owen. He looks a lot like Owen. That's funny. That's really funny. I don't know, I guess we're on the sea. It just looked like we were floating in the air. That guy looks like the Hulk. Ship's off the starboard bow, pirate colors. Oh dear, do you have to fight already? Pirates? Bloody hells. Have you no sense? Get below. Okay. What's the world coming to? Pirates firing on a ship flying Lominsan colors? Lominsan colors? Bastards either have a buttload of balls or a bugger all for brains. Bugger all for brains, guys. He seriously looks like the Hulk. You can rest easy, friends. We made it out of cannon range, and no buccaneer's bark will catch this flighty temptress. That's a nice turn of phrase. Once the wind's in her sails. That was too bleedin' close. Glad one of us kept her head on her shoulders. I reckon I'd have lost mine otherwise. If them pirates gave up the chase, we must be close to port. Let's head on up to the deck and have us a look, shall we? By the by, is this your first trip to Limsa Lominsa? Yes, absolutely yes. I've never been here. It is. Well then, let this journeyed itinerant tell you the ins and outs of your destination. You know, I'm going to say this. I love that they are not afraid of being wordy. I like that he is using interesting words here, like itinerant. Limsa Lominsa prides itself on being Eorzea. I'll get it eventually. The foremost naval power. Eorzea. Oh, Eorzea. It weren't too long ago that the place was ruled by pirates, but thanks to the current admiral's civilizing influence, the city-state could almost pass for a respectable nation. You'd never guess she was once a rum-swilling buccaneer herself. Of course, most folk ain't so quick to change, and with a town full of liberty-loving ruffians, you can imagine how many naysayers and troublemakers she's got to deal with. Like them pirates who took a fancy to us just now. And if that weren't bad enough, I've heard the Sahagin were raiding the coast, just as bold as you please. Them are the sweet sea-dwelling beastmen the locals call fishbacks. Case you didn't know. Eorzea. Ah, at long last. Land ho! Behold, Limsa Lominsa, a nation blessed by the ocean's bounty and beloved of Limlaen, goddess of navigation. Limlaen. Okay. It's gonna take me a while to get all these Final Fantasy terms. I'll get there, though. I'll get there! I'll figure it out. Okay. Just checking real quick. On Winsept Isle in the southern corner of the realm, amidst the rolling waves... Oh.
Lies the maritime city-state of Limsa Lominsa.
Limsa Lominsa. I said that right! Hey, I got it right. Limsa Lominsa.
To this haven for bandits and brigands, cutthroats and curs, seekers of both freedom and fortune, comes a lone adventurer.
Lone. Okay, thank you, Sonny.
Lone yet not alone, for the hero's arrival has drawn the gaze of the nation's patron deity, Limlaen.
Limlaen. Not Layan. Lane. Okay. Limlaen.
What realm-shaking fate has she descried in the churning waters of this mortal's future?
Okay. And here's where we part ways, lass. I'm off to the markets to deliver me wares. Then it's on the high road for me. Here, I want you to have this, by way of thanks for saving me arse earlier. Sure thing, Owen. Hey, you never did tell me your name, did ya? Well, here's an idea. Become the sort of storied personage I can brag about having met, and I'll consider us square. Fair enough.
Through peril and hardship, discovery and triumph, may the navigator guide this brave soul on her life's voyage. Till sea swallows all.
Fair enough. Final Fantasy 14. As if I didn't know what the game was called already. Oh, hi, Acrosis. How you doing? Thank you. Thank you for welcoming me to the game. I'm excited. I have a few, like, MMORPG type games in my Steam account, but this is the first one I'm trying out, so I'm really looking forward to this, because I've never played an MMORPG. Hey, you there. Oh, that's a Hulk-looking guy. I mean you. This is my district, and I make it my business to know all the scum that washes up in it. I am not scum. Excuse me. I am a lovely person. Ah, an adventurer fresh off the boat, is it? Well then. It's okay to feel a bit overwhelmed. It'll throw a lot at you at first. I'm sure, yeah, I'm sure I'll figure it out. Allow one of Limsa Lominsa's finest to set you on the right path. Hop to at last, we haven't got all day. Sure thing. Yeah, I figure I'm gonna be just like moving around a little bit, just kind of exploring initially. Okay. My hit points are 97, my magic points are 10,000, level 1. Okay. So, control scheme. Yeah, I'm keyboard. Okay, typical WASD. Jump. Yeah. Turn character. Move camera. Okay. Alright. Risk flow. So I guess the exclamation points are the first thing, are the tasks I need to accomplish. There's a play guide. No. Let's travel. The occurrence map. Okay. Party. I'm not in a party yet. Social. Okay, so this is where I can find my, like, other people who play. Nice. Oh, perfect! Yes. Absolutely accept Giva. Giva's very welcome. Okay. Social. Players, emotes, free company, system. Okay. Alright. Okay. Cool. Alright, I guess I'll go. Player search. Alright. So, a wrist flow. Oh, okay. Can I talk to you? Oh my god, look how small I am compared to this. I'm like right next to him. Okay, so. Wait. Okay, register at the Adventurers Guild. Our girls, yeah, I made her the tallest I could make her. Which is about 4 inches shorter than I am in real life, but that's good. Now then, I'm sure you're itching to explore, but adventurers are required to register their presence in the city. And without a bit of local knowledge, you're like to get your throat slit in some piss-stinking alley. So before you do anything else, get yourself over to the Drowning Wench and enroll in the Adventurers Guild. It's not far. Just head straight down this street and speak with Greffar. He'll show you how to work with that big moving platform we call the Crow's Lift, and it'll take you up to the pub. Once you're there, look for a fellow by the name of Baderon. He's the proprietor of the Wench. He might curse like an ale-sodden sailor, but the man's got a soft spot for wide-eyed newcomers like yourself. He'll set you straight. Got all that? Good. Now run along and may the navigator guide you on your journey. I got none of that. I'm just gonna keep going. I have begun a quest. Okay. Yeah, look at, I'm like staring up at his chest. I'm like, yeah. His arms are right in my face. Okay. Duty list. And that is the exclamation point. The current objectives will appear under the quest title. Duty list. Okay. Alright. So I guess I'm going in. Only way to be smaller is to become potato. Or, you know, like, wait, blah, 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 blah. Okay, wait, there we go. Alright, yes, Sunny, accept. Yay, okay. Storm Corporal, Storm Sergeant, and then Lift Attendant. What's over here? Is that a door I can go through? No. Okay. Talking with people. Yes. Hello. This is Bulwark Hall, the lowest level of the mizzenmast. In case you aren't familiar with the nautical term, a bulwark is the plating that prevents waves from swamping the ship's decks. Okay. Alright. Oh, there's Greffar. Wait, is he different from the Renfar, I think was the other guy. Or Refar. Zenfell? What business have you with the Admiral's Lift? Tea and crumpets on the bridge, is it? In possession of a permission paper signed by the relevant authorities, are ya? The Admiral's quarters are no place for sightseeing. If you if you seek the Drowning Wench, try the Crow's Lift over yonder. Fair enough. Yes. Okay. And these are all people hanging out, so hi. Hi, people! Hi! Oh my gosh, cute small tiny person. I like the little tiny people. I didn't want to be one, but... Welcome to the heart of Limsa Luminsa, the mizzenmast. It houses the airship landing, the Adventurers Guild, and at the very top, the command room of the Admiral, where she keeps a watchful eye over Lominson air, land, and sea. The Lalafells, they're so cute, yeah. Little potatoes! They are little potatoes, aren't they? They're so cute. Alright. Perfect. Okay. So I feel like these lovely people are like the friendly greeters. The crows that will carry you up and down the tower as fast as the crow flies. You need only speak with Greffar and tell him where you wish to go. Cool. Okay. Alright. And Abulfar. Oh, wait a moment. Who's Abulfar? Beyond the great Zephyr Gate of Limsa Lominsa lie the midlands of La Nosea. The gentle wind that passes through the gate is said to be the sweet breath of the gods carrying life and fortune. Every friend group has a token Lalafell. Yeah. I mean, you kind of want to, like, grab one of them and just, like, carry it under your arm. Like, what do you call it? Like luggage, essentially. Oh, hey, Ocha. I need to get back into the game. I made a character forever ago, but the friends I was going to play with never invited me, so I just sat there. Oh my gosh, we all have to play. We all have to play. I'm thinking of this being like a regular Friday thing at very minimum. Okay. Welcome to Limsa Lominsa. If you've a mind to visit the Drowning Wench, the Crow's Lift will take you there. Yes. Yeah, like one of the dog carriers, like those little purses that like, click the green circle in the middle of the screen if you want it to go away. Okay. The NPCs, quest exclamation marks above their heads, right click the mark to bring up the quest window. Okay. First it's a Friday thing, then it's a Friday Saturday thing, then it's a 3 days a week, and then you're walking advertisement for the game. I can see that happening. I can see that happening. It's, yeah. I know. I'll probably, you know, it's kind of nice to have something that I can at least, you know, do a little bit every, you know, once in a while. Like, you know, once a week while getting used to it and maybe getting more into it. Quintine Gregory. Ninia. Sojby. Okay. And we've got a scan rail. Okay. So, where do I sign in? Not there. Do I talk to you? No. Smith? As one of the Smiths, I provide guidance for those just starting out on the path of the adventurer. For the present... Well, I've seen a lot of people mentioning Final Fantasy Friday. Yeah, it'll be interesting. Alright. As one of the Smiths, I provide guidance to those just starting out on the path of the adventurer. For the present, I suggest you learn your way around the city, an endeavor with which Baderon shall no doubt wish to aid you. Okay. Is this somebody I can speak with? No. Okay. Collecting rewards. Complete a quest by right-clicking an NPC with a check mark. Okay. Baderon. Greetings to you, lass. Everybody sounds Irish. What'll it be? But you ain't here for the drink, are ya? Are ye? You've come with a mind to try your... and adventuring, I reckon. Oh, hand at adventuring, I reckon. Well, you'll find no shortage of work here in Limsa. The name's Beteron, and this most hospitable of hostelries is the Drowning Wench. 'Tis also the home of the Adventurers Guild. The Adventurers Guild, Aaron Limsa. Either Irish or pirate. Yeah. But, you know, the history of pirates in the Western world is largely populated by the Irish. So, a lot of pirate speak is derived from the Irish accent. That's why we got a desk especially for Andelin Guild business, and I seem to spend more time saving the necks of whelps like yourself than wetting the throats of me regulars. Sure. Adventurers have a knack for finding trouble, see? Not that they need it in these parts on account of there being trouble wherever you look. If you manage to steer clear of the fishbacks and the kobolds outside the city, the pirates on the inside will get you instead. So we're in lawless times.
Akros has just followed.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Akros. That's awesome. It's good to have you here. And if they don't manage, there's always the Garlean Empire to finish the job. Oh, no one knows what they're planning, of course. But if they're planning anything, you can be sure it's to kill the lot of us. Aye, this town seems peaceful at a glance, but look again, and you'll see people living in fear of what tomorrow might bring. And who can blame them after everything that's happened? Eorzea. That's gonna take me a while. Eorzea. You know, I think it's when you put two vowels together, it can be a little awkward. It took a mighty blow during the calamity, but our realms weren't the only things that got wiped off the face of existence by that thrice damned bastard of a dragon, my cousin! My cousin! You're insulting my cousin, sir. Given, you know, maybe my cousin is a thrice damned bastard, but, you know. It took our bleeding memories, too, and no one's been able to explain it in a way that makes an ounce of sense. None of the folks that saw it and lived to tell the tale seem to agree on how the tale actually goes. 'Tis all foggy, like blah, 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 blah. See, I am so trigger happy with the mouse. I need to let go. But there's one thing we all remember, and that's the group of adventurers that laid down their lives to drag Eorzea back from the brink when she was bound for the abyss. Well, I say we remember. Truth is, we ain't forgotten what they did for us. This God's damned calamity spawned memory loss robbed us of their names. It won't even let us picture their damn faces. 'Tis like staring at a gull flying in front of the sun. All you see in your mind's eye is a shadow set against a blinding glare. And that's how every bugger describes it, by the way, give or take the odd gull. I don't know, seems an appropriate title for someone who obliterated most of a continent in less than 5 minutes. True. I mean, I can't say that all dragons are nice people. I haven't met all dragons. I only know the ones I know. That's, you know. And I'm the kind of dragon that collects books, not jewels and gold. So, you know, we all have our hoards. Some are a little nicer than others, so... Is this what's got people calling those arrows the Warriors of Light? Ah, okay. So that's why that Japanese series, Final Fantasy Dad of Light. There we go. If Limsa's ever going to be put this time a darkness behind it, it's going to need venturers to help banish the fear. It's going to need new arrows like the ones we lost. Maybe one day you'll be one of them, and that's why any aid we can give to a venturer is effort well spent. What say ye, lass? You willing to lend us your strength? Jewels and gold not typically associated with... Interesting. Yeah, I can appreciate a stylish book. My thanks to you, and to the navigator and all. I knew she'd steered you me way for a reason. But listen to me yattering on like a sun-touched fishwife. Sun-touched fishwife. 'Tis high time we got to your mark in me book. Yes. Put your scrawl right there. Yep. I think I made a good choice with Arcanist, so... Aspen Dracaena, is it? And a fine name it is. Of course it's a fine name. Congratulations. You're now an upstanding member of the Ventures Guild. Slay foes with the power of weaponized math homework. You there, adventurer. You sailed in the last fury, did you not? Yes. The captain reported being attacked by a pirate vessel, and several witnesses have testified independently that a passenger matching your description went out on the deck mere moments before the incident took place. Sending your friend signals, were you? No, I was not. Excuse me. Now hold on just a moment there, officer. You've got the wrong lass. This fine upstanding young lady is me dear departed grandma's sister's niece's cousin's closest companion. That's like in Spaceballs. I am your father's brother's sister's cousin's husband's former roommate. What does that make us? Absolutely nothing. Is that right? Are you surely aware of the recent kidnappings? Respectfully, then, we cannot be too trusting of outsiders at a time when loyalty of even our closest friends is in doubt. Okay. Which is what you're about to be. Aye, you make a good point there, officer. A very good point. Very wise. You needn't worry, though. I'll keep one eye open at all times, me, and two more often than not. Now, sir, what say ye to a tankard of me finest ale afore you return to your duties, eh? Not a watered-down cup of piss like last time, I should hope. Ain't got the faintest idea what you're on about, officer. The wench might offer some of the cheapest grog on this side of the Strait of Murlthor, but that don't mean it won't get you good and pickled. And look, there's a chair over there just crying out to be sat on, so kick off them heavy boots, eh? Okay, this guy is very helpful. He just saved my butt. You'll have to excuse these eager, bloody yellow jackets. There's been a spate of kidnapping, see, and they ain't got a clues behind them. Naturally, they've taken to clapping irons on anyone who looks vaguely suspicious. Yeah, Baderon is good people. Which means venturers, visitors, and pretty much every bugger else in this town. Don't take it personal, though. Us Lominsons can be an headstrong bunch of bastards. 'Tis true, but given time, we'll grow on you. Now, where was I? Oh, aye. Welcome to Limsa Lominsa, where the sea's as green as the faces of me patrons after a few too many black belly whiskeys. There we go. Now take a moment to gather your wits, and we'll get started on learning ye the ways of the city. Cool. All right. Quest complete. They're all Cinderella's. There we go. You've taken your first step as an adventurer in the city of Limsa Lominsa. Listen well to the wisdom of Baderon Ten Fingers, then go forth and discover the incredible adventures that awaits you. Nice. Level up. Action learn. Pets? Wait. You can now summon a pet to do your bidding. You only have access to one pet now, but there will be more opportunities. I get a pet? Cast a spell summon from your hotbar to complete the arcane pact. Hotbar. Alright, so Ruin, summon Carbuncle. Aw. Once your pet is summoned, a fixed hotbar known as the pet hotbar will appear in addition to your regular hotbars. The pet hotbar is present with all the pet commands currently available to you, freeing up your normal hotbars and your personal actions and spells. The guard command orders your pet to guard his master, refraining from acting until you attack or are attacked. The steady command orders your pet to refrain from attacking. Okay, the lay command. Pet orders and actions can also be set to your other hotbars. Okay. So if I summon, cannot be used here. Alright. Main scenario quests. Important quests used to tell the story of Erzea and her people are called main scenario quests. These tasks are easily distinguishable from others by their unique icon. Okay, so it's not just that. Okay. Alright. Quests using this icon indicate a task or series of tasks are tied to new duties or features you have yet to unlock. Okay, and I have one more. Scenario Guide is a HUD element that indicates the next available quest. Okay. In the main scenario, it also displays the next available quest for your currently equipped job or class. By selecting the Scenario Guide, you can confirm where these quests are located on the map. So, like, up here. We have Arcanist. Linsa. Okay. Alright. I kind of get it. Veteran, proprietor drowning lunch. 3 tasks. Right then, let's start you off nice and easy with 3 tasks that'll help you get used to your life here in Limsa. Firstly, if you head down a floor and point your nose to the west, you'll get an eye full of the great glowing crystal in the middle of the courtyard. I did see that. That's an etherite. Or etherite. Not etherite. Etherite. A device that can move you from one place to another in the blink of an eye. Ain't no swifter way to travel, providing there's an etherite. On the other side, I guess. Have a chat with the yellow jacket on guard down there, and you'll be treated to a lecture on the workings of the device. Before you do that, though, remember to touch the thing. Strange as it sounds, it won't work till you have. Second on the list is the marketplace. You'll find weapons and armor and all your venturing bits and pieces for sale in the district what lies beyond the etherite. Don't go throwing your gill around just yet, though, or you'll get fleeced quicker than you can say, "Why is me coin purse so light?" Have a word with Swazbalet instead. He's the head of the Merchants League, by the way. Okay. Give him this old octant and he'll treat you well. For the last of me helpful hints, I suggest you meet some fellow spellslingers at the Arcanists Guild. I guarantee you'll learn a few new tricks for your tome if you decide to join their crew. Miri at the front desk is the one to get you started. Got that last? Seeing to them 3 tasks will take you on a little jaunt around the city and help you work out where everything is. Now I'd best be getting on right along, eh? Bugger it, there I go, sending you off without telling you something crucial. That bloody calamity's made a right mess of me memory, I swear. Oh, crud. Stop! Hand! Sounds like a chore, I admit, though. Interesting opportunities I could be looking at there, just waiting for you to stumble upon them. Ninja over yonder has been casting glances at you since you walked in. Might lend an ear to see what she has to say. You'd like to find yourself running odd errands at the beginning. Once you build a reputation as a woman folk can trust, the jobs look harder and the rewards more generous. Fair enough. If you have the time, also seek the advice of the smith here in the wench. The lads as bear that title have some fine advice for them what are starting out in the profession, and that, my girl, is how you go about becoming a legend among venturers. Hi. Quest accepted. Leave the drowning wench. Making a name by speaking with Ninia. I guess that's Ninia. Okay. Oh, there's more. Main menu. Quick, easy access for most character. Opens a window containing your character's various attributes and currently equipped gear. Selecting journal under duty displays a list of current and completed quests and level quests. If you wish to customize the game's various settings, key binding HUD and accessed in system. Okay. Game progress is saved automatically, so there are no in-game save or load functions. However, to prevent data from being lost or corrupted, it is strongly recommended that you end each... Yeah. Makes sense. Okay, and then navigation. Pressing M on your keyboard. Selecting the mini-map. Selecting map under travel from the main menu. On the lower right-hand corner of your screen, we'll bring up the area map. Okay, I will not remember all of these things, but I will figure it out. What's this? Oh, that's character stuff. Okay. Your Sunny can help make the UI a bit better later off stream. Starts off not the best. Good enough to start up. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, so right now Ruin is my spell. Summon Carbuncle and Radiant Agents. Okay. Play Guide. Teleport. Return. Sprint. If I exit the game near the big ether, I get... Okay. Alright. Good enough. Tune yourself to Etherite. So these are my quests right here. Listen to Swaz Ballet's explanation of the markets and visit the Arcanist skills. Okay. So where is our cute little Ninia? Alright. Accept. Well, would you look at this? A shiny new adventurer. Listen close, lass. I have some information that might just help put you on the map here in Limsa. Okay. I was passing through Bulwark Hall below not long ago and saw a bunch of herbs just scattered about on the ground. Now, I'm not entirely certain, but I think they might have been the black market wares known as dream flowers. Limsa Lominsa is a busy port, and not all the merchants that blow in across the strait are above board. But if you know what I mean. How the plants end up in the mizzenmast, who knows? Must have been a deal gone bad. The important thing is you make a name for yourself by handing them in. Speak to Skinriel, and she'll get you down to the first floor. Then all you have to do is pick up the herbs and take them to... Oh my gosh, that just looks like somebody went crazy on their keyboard. Aldskiff at the Octant. Being a worldly captain, he knows a thing or two about such shady goods. Okay. Alright. Anybody else I need to speak with here? And I'll stand on tables. Good enough. Nope. Turn. Turn. Okay. I'll get the controls down okay. I might have to switch to my controller. I'll have to see. I'm not very competent with my controller, to be honest. I think I went for something that's a little too complicated. Okay. Gregory. Hi, Gregory. If its rumors are like-minded fellows you seek, you've made the right choice in coming to this tavern. Just a lone stone of all manner of travelers and explorers. Oh, okay. Quentinine. I'll just call him Quent. What is this person doing over here? Most seafarers a bloke meets are rougher and barnacled hull, but these Lominson scrags are something else. Suppose I should expect not less from a city that was founded by pirates. Leg day. Yeah, do some squats. Get the exercise in. You can use the right-click hold. Easier looking. Yeah, okay. That is a lot better. And it will probably prevent me from newly come to Lominsa adventurer. Then I suggest you speak with our batter. Yeah, I already spoke with him. Okay. No. Okay. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. I already spoke with the smith. Maybe I'll talk to him again. Maybe he has something else to say. As one of the smiths, I provide guidance for those just starting out on the path of the adventurer. For the present, I'm like right next to him. Maybe I should step a little further back. I provide guidance for those just starting out on the path of the adventurer. For the present, I suggest you learn your way around the city, an endeavor with which Battaron shall no doubt wish to aid you. Okay. I've spoken with everyone here. Yeah, I have no sense of personal space. Alright, so speak with Scainrail. Attune yourself to the Etherite. Suppose. So it seems like the thing to do now. Here, wait. Where are these tasks? Okay. Lower markets. Arcana skills. So close to home. Rolodex. Alright, so that's nearby. I think. Okay. Alright, I'll go down to the Etherite. Okay. There, I'm giving her some personal space. You wish to visit the Bulwark Hall below. The crow's lift is ready when you are. Yes. So, all your credits should be inside the city. Yeah, I figured that would be. Hi. Hello. Oh, sanctuaries too. A crescent moon icon will appear at the right of your experience bar whenever you enter a sanctuary. While in the special area, you will accrue rested bonus. Both will continue to grow even if you are offline. On some quests, you will encounter objects which you can encounter simply by approaching them and right-clicking. Okay. Oh, that's you! Okay, hi! There. Okay. There we go. Yes. Okay, cool. Oh my gosh, somebody just appeared right on top of me. Oh, it's Kiva! Hey! And Sunny! Oh, yay! Okay. Well, let's see. I think I have... So I need to... Oh my gosh, that little owl is so cute. And the jellyfish. Oh my gosh, that's so cute. Aw. So, okay, so there's the... So, I can touch the herb thing. That's the herb that I can pick up, right? Okay. Okay. Gather the peculiar herbs. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Me. All right. Let's see. There's another one there. I'm gonna get comfortable with these controls eventually. Okay. Gather. Okay. Yeah. Alright. Alright. So I have to get 6 of them, right? The owl is way too cute. Oh, yes! Yes! Let's see. How do we trade? Trade. Okay, I don't have anything to trade with, really. Alright. An axolotl! That's so cute! Okay, so for trading, what do I do? So I have to put in a guild amount, or I have to put in an item? How many gil do you want? You don't have to give you an... Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright, so that's it? No, you can trade for free. Oh, okay. Oh, so I get a little axolotl then, right? Now, where do I find that? Party social system. Wait. Oh! Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Here. Alright, trade. Open armor chest. Inventory. Okay. Oh. Complete trade. Yes. Okay. I see it. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Alright, minions, you have obtained a whistle with which you can summon your very own minion. To learn to call minion action, you first use the whistle. Some items can be used, granting various effects such as instant HP, restoration, attribute boosts, and more. Using an item is as simple as selecting use from the items. I have lots of money. Nice. Armory chest. Since the armory system in Final Fantasy allows you to change your class or job by simply changing the weapon or tool in your main hand, it is recommended that you always have several sets of gear on hand. However, gear can take up a tremendous amount of space in one's inventory, which is why all adventurers carry an armory chest. All gear purchased, crafted, or found is automatically stored in this chest, leaving your inventory free to fill with other items such as potions, crafting materials, and food. Gear in your armory chest is categorized and sorted by type and can be equipped or discarded directly from the chest interface. The armory chest can be accessed at any time selecting character from the main menu, followed by armory chest, pressing Control L. Control I. There we go. Control I. I guess so. It's gonna take me a while to absorb all of this, though. So I have a ring, I guess. A ring of fortune. Okay. Main hand, head, body, hands, legs, feet. Offhand. Press L. And right click the minion or I. Use. Yay! Oh my gosh, that's so cool. So when I summoning a carbuncle is different from summoning a minion, correct? Oh. Okay. Oh, there's other ones too. Minions are non-combat pets. You go into character minion guide. Okay. So, an otter. And a gale. Oh, that's so cute. Oh my gosh, what do you want me to trade for? Go to character minion guide. Oh wait, here. Character minion guide. Okay. Summon. There it is. Oh my gosh. Okay. Alright. Oh, okay. Complete trade, yes. Okay, so I have the little axolotl one there. And I can just... Okay. Alright. Okay. Profile. Classes. Jobs. Okay. Alright. Okay, so if I want to change the minion, I can just go in here. Oh wait. I accepted them, right? Okay. Alright. I think I accepted everything. Right. Good. Okay. Oh, it's so cute. It's just walking around my feet. Oh, in my inventory. Okay. Character armory chest. Inventory. Right. Okay. Use. And then use. Okay. Alright, and so when I go into character, I can go to minion guide and I can access one of them too. That's really cute. That guy's really cute too. Oh, they're so adorable. Darn it, I'm gonna be like switching between all of them. Oh, it's so cute. It's just flying right behind me. Okay. I should probably get on with my tasks. Goodness. Okay, so I have to find the rest of the herbs. The herbs. The otter is adorable. Yeah, it's really cute. Okay. Interrupted. Oh, okay. There we go. Getting the peculiar herbs. Hee so cute. Okay. Ah. Okay, so this is the thing I have to touch, right? And there we go. There we go. Cool, cool. Okay. Ah, another novice adventurer. Smaller ones in cities, I should remember. Okay. Baderon has sent more than a few of your kind this way of late. I am Sundhimal, one of the Yellow Jackets, tasked with keeping the peace in the city. It is also my charge to provide guidance to in the use of this device. Fear not, I shall be brief. Please be brief. Aetherites are crystalline structures that tap into ethereal energies. They are primarily used as a means to travel swiftly from one place to another. Return and teleport, the most common transportation spells, make direct use of the Aetherites and their connection to the flow of ether. And as these devices are found in almost every corner of Eorzea, Eorzea. Any Eorzea. Eorzea. It's gonna take me a moment. Any adventurer worthy of the name will wish to seek out and attune herself to each one. Once you have expanded your horizons beyond the walls of the city, you will soon find yourself performing the act of attunement as a matter of course. There is, however, no need for unseemly haste. The Etherites found in and around the city will be sufficient for the present, I assure you. Should you wish to learn more about the Etherites and transportation magic, I will be here to answer your questions. Good, because I won't remember all of that. Return learned. Nice. Okay. So, kind of lower decks. Spell return can be used to... Okay, so that's this one right down here. Travel. Okay. Back to the Etherites set as your home point. Casting the spell does not require any MP and can be accessed by selecting return under travel. Sole limitation of the spell is that it can only be cast once every 15 minutes. Okay. Fair enough. Okay. So, Aldskiff I need to go to. Listen to Swazbale's explanation of the markets. Where's that? East Hawker's Alley. And visit the Arcanist Guild, which I think is the farthest out. Okay. Oh, wait. So that is that direction. Okay. Oh, wait. There's a guy with a red thing. Hawker's Alley's on the road to the Arcanist Guild. Yes. Okay, bye, Giva. Thank you for helping. Okay. So, wait, that's not it. Okay. I think. The Optant? Oh, yes. Wait. Where'd that go? Oh, no. Social. My door just opened. Okay. Respond to friend request. Accept. Cool. Okay, hang on just a second. My bedroom door just opened randomly. It happens like that sometimes. It's either the ghosts across the street in the cemetery, or it's just that I have my window open. It's probably the latter. Hang on just a sec. Yeah, Ghost maybe wants to play too. I mean, so there is a story about my house that a small child had a tragic end in the house. And it was maybe like 5 years old. So, I like to think, because I'm a kid person, if there is actually a ghost in this house, they know that they're around nice people who like kids. So, let's see. Itinerant. Okay. Meh. Okay. Itinerant Moogle? What's an itinerant Moogle? The Mogpendium will prove to be an invaluable resource during the Moogle treasure trove. Kubo. Okay, interesting. Alright. Pore over its contents to find the best ways to get your hands on irregular tomestones, and use that knowledge to fill your path. Once the weight of your tomestones becomes too much to bear, bring them to me and I'll give you all sorts of rare things. Okay. Collection expanded. Mogpendium. Moogle treasure trove. So, okay, so are these like the dailies and stuff? Week 1, week 4, mini-mog, ultimog. So I guess these are like dailies and stuff. Correct? Okay. Alright, so, Alright, where am I going? Oh, okay. Alright, so this... Okay, here we are. Oh my gosh, look at all these people. Okay. Okay, there we go. Swallow's Violet. The Mog Penny is specifically for an event. Okay, the Moogle... Okay. Event going on right now, the Moogle Treasure Trove. Cool. Swallow's Violet. A fine evening to you, madam. Welcome to the most replete marketplace in the grand realm of Eorzea, where every shelf groans under the weight of wonders born from all four corners of the world. Pray browse the stalls until your eyeballs ache from ogling the overabundance of unbelievable bargains. Now, as much as I would love to elaborate on the unrivaled quality of our merchandise, I must tend some cargo, but recently arrived at the docks. They'll knock dailies in the form of roulettes. Okay. You bear a gift from Baderon? Whatever could it... my octant! By the Navigator, I must have left it behind in the wench, along with a week's pay and several bells worth of intoxicated memories. Okay. Handing over items. Okay. If an NPC requires an item, the item request window will appear. Drag the items from your inventory or armory chest into the item request. Okay. So, hand over. I am most grateful to have it back. This tool is a keepsake from my days as a ship's captain, you see. Oh, he looks very dignified. Needless to say, your good deed must be repaid, and what better recompense than the wisdom of a master merchant? If it is simple and sturdy adventuring equipment you seek, you need look no further than the east and west arms of Hawker's Alley. Lest you doubt, each gil you invest in arms and armor will be money well spent. Adventuring is, after all, a dangerous profession by its very nature. It goes without saying that Hawker's Alley boasts stalls specializing in the tools of every martial discipline imaginable. And within but a few steps are bazaars and apothecaries that will most amply supply all your potion and perishable needs. Our keen-eyed agents procure a frankly befuddling range of wares, including their sojourns to distant shores, so it pays to become familiar with the type and price of the goods offered by each stall. Such knowledge will serve you well if your purse is light or your time is short. Ah, but verbal instruction of this kind will only profit you so much. Experience has ever been the surest teacher, if not the kindest. I invite you to explore the markets for yourself. Okay. Alright, so I did that. So, peculiar herbs is there. So I'd have to go back there. But the Arcanist Guild is that away. Okay. You, Miss Adventurer, I have work for you. I would have you pose as a customer and survey the market's current prices. Surely I did not see you balk at so simple a task. All you need to do is strike up a conversation with the shop owners and glance over their wares. Capitalism in this game is fun. There are 3 merchants that interest me. Iron Thunder, Kilkilrune, and Shiny Hill. Write down all you see on this price list and hand to Bainsing on West Hawker's Alley. He shall reward you for your service. Quest accepted. Okay. Maybe I should finish... Meh. You know what? I'll just walk around here. Okay. So, Iron Thunder... Kilkilrune... and Cine Hill. Nothing like a little mercantile espionage. Okay. So, Iron Thunder is there. Interesting. Kyokurun is there. Sina Hill is there. Wait, Iron Thunder is where? Retainer Gate. Okay. I kind of think I know where I am. Okay. Alright. Corporate espionage, huh? Okay. Do. Oh, there's Iron Thunder. Okay. Da-da-da. Meh. I'm gonna have to get used to the controls. Well met, lass. Cast your peepers over these beauties, not a spot of rust to be found. Every piece fresh from the forges at Naldic and Vimeli's. Okay. Alright. That's all I have to do? Okay. So I'm assuming the little thing in front of my name just means I'm new. And that's why there's all these other people here who also have the funny little doodle thing. Okay. Wait, what's this? Road to 90? Okay. Alright. So the next person is Kyokurun. Who's that way? I am a sprout. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. Look. Alright, I'm going the correct way, I think. Oh, so this is another one, so I have to touch it, correct? Right. Okay. And there we go. Quick travel through the city can be achieved by simply placing your hand. Okay. Cool. Alright. Attuning with the shard has granted you access to the city-state's Ethernet. Nice. Alright. Oh, okay. So, here we go. Oh, wait. Hang on. Wait. I skipped it. You said some stuff, though. Okay. Alright. Nothing. So that is he's a field craft supplier. Kyokurun is on the other side. Okay. Ah! Adama. Oh, here we go. There we go. Oh my gosh. What kind of creature is that? Kyokurun welcome customer. Kyokurun loves his lovely trade. Kyokurun's goods are goodly made. Okay. Alright. Okay. Amazing. So I will go back. Let's see. Wait, deliver the price list to Bainsing? Okay. Alright. So, wait. Bainsing. Ba 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 ba. Wait, hang on. Yeah, I'm gonna turn around. Okay, I'm gonna get a handle on this. Hang on. So Swolsvillet. Okay. Wait. So keep it short. The big crystals you can teleport to from anywhere with a small amount of gil. The smaller ones you can teleport from... Okay. For free. Wait. Alright, so... Priceless to Bainsing. Alright, where is Bainsing then? Where is... Isn't he, like, right over here? Okay. In the next tunnel. Ah, right. Okay. That way? Ah, I see. Alright. I guess the problem is I wasn't seeing anything of myself there. Okay, some people have little chairs. Ah, there we go. You're the one that made a list for Swazvillet. Let's have it then. There you go, sir. Nothing wrong with that. You oftentimes get pirates selling stolen goods at cutthroat prices, and that drives the numbers down. Right across Ucker's Alley. Thanks to these reports, though, we can tell at a glance when shady dealings are taking place. Good work, lass. Complete. Okay. So, I've got to still deliver the herbs, which is near the thing that is it. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright. You two look so cute there. Look at you two. So adorable. Okay. Sorry. Walking straight through you. Okay. Alright, let's see. So, I think... Oh, okay. I am starting to understand the map. A little bit. Okay, so... wait. Wait a moment. I'm there. Okay, over that way. Ah, add skiff. No, come on. There we go. Just keep going. Okay. Skiff. Yes, I am Old Skiff. You have some herbs too you wish me to examine. Porvu. It looks like lavender. Yes, as you suspected, these are highly illegal blooms known as dream flowers. They are a prime ingredient in the creation of somnus, a substance whose fragrance is said to lull the sniffer's mind into the sleep of death. That doesn't sound good. Okay. Forgive me, I cannot resist the jest. These herbs are not more than... Hey! I was right! Ethic lavender. Althic lavender, a common enough export from Lominsa. In fact, these probably spilled from crates that were loaded onto my very ship. Punked. I think someone has been having a bit of fun with you, miss. But not to worry. You've learned a few things and made a new acquaintance. Well met. Alright. So now it's time to go to the Arcanists Guild. Okay. Which is, over that way. So I have to go down all the way to the end of the Hawker's Alley, essentially. Okay. Alright. Easy enough. Easy enough. It looks like there's like a bunch of... Oh, wrong way. No, no, no. That away. Oh, it's on my shoulder. Okay. The ad's gonna start in a moment, and I actually need to run to the bathroom. So I'm just gonna go over to the guild. And then run to the bathroom, and then I'll run right back. Yeah, I actually have... So, it's actually quite warm in my room. And I'm wearing, I'm in the right place, right? Yes, I am. Okay. So I'm wearing these pants I wore to work today, and they're fleece lined, and they're really comfy, but they're also very warm. So I had to open my window. That's the guild. Rabara. Sun lemons. Wait. All vessels that make use of Limsa Lominsa's ports must submit to a cargo inspection. Pay the duties incurred. Please direct all inquiries and complaints to the front desk of Melvan's Gate. Okay. Alright. I am gonna run to the bathroom. I will be right back. Okay. Alright. Alright. I guess I'll go in and see what it's like. Okay. This is the Arcanist Guild. Alright. 5 box of sparkles. Okay. Right, I should talk to her first. Accept. Here at Melvan's Gate, we inspect all the goods that are imported into Limsa Lominsa and collect duty as the law requires. Some merchants, however, seek to evade this obligation, and we must chase them down. I would be grateful if you could deliver these 2 ledgers, one to a man named Sundhimal, I think I saw him, whom you'll find at the Octant, and the other a woman named Latisha, who works at the Bismarck. Oh, if you are uncertain as to the whereabouts of the Bismarck, ask Sundhimal when you meet him, and he will point you in the right direction. So, guild receptionist. Welcome to the Arcanist Guild. It is here that we research and develop the field of Arcanima. I'll just say it's that. Okay. Arcanima is the science of employing arcane geometries, intricate patterns that map the unlocked mysteries of existence to draw forth and manipulate the body's etheric energies. But if I'm not mistaken, you already possess some rudimentary understanding of the craft. Shall I deepen your knowledge of our history as well? Yes. The roots of Arcanima can be traced back to the esoteric calculations practiced by the people of the South Sea Isles. Hope nice math homework. It's all geometry. Nice. You know, I did pretty good in geometry in school. Not so much algebra, but geometry's good. The roots of Arcanima can be traced back to the esoteric calculations practiced by the people in the South Sea Isles. It was these island folk that first discovered a method to express natural phenomena in mathematical terms. Building on this process, the existing mathematical formulae were further developed into arcane geometries, precise patterns that allowed a practitioner to weave ether into specific magical effects. The mages who invoked this new form of magic became known as Arcanists, and the school of Arcanima was born. Many such mages, wishing to expand their understanding of the world, took to the seas aboard trading vessels. Upon their arrival in Limsa Lominsa, Arcanists found themselves welcomed to the academic elite and soon secured positions in the realms of governance and council. The knowledge of an Arcanist, however, is traditionally passed on from master to chosen disciple. As such, Admiral Merlwib, counting several wielders of Arcanima among her personal staff, became concerned that this exclusionary practice would lead to the eventual extinction of the art. So, at the Admiral's express orders, an official Arcanist Guild was established, and funding was provided for research and training. The complex and demanding nature of Arcanima, however, remains the greatest threat to its own future. If you would continue your study of this challenging discipline, then I must insist that you indicate your commitment to joining our guild. Okay. So wait. Well, have you decided to enroll in our guild? Or are you now intimidated by the thought of excessive thinking? I think all the time. I think too much. This might be the right guild for me just for the fact that I overthink everything. Accept. Your sound judgment is to be commended. See, I have good judgment, you guys. Now, standard practice dictates that I introduce you to our guildmaster, that you might convey your intentions in person. Due to extraordinary circumstances, however, he is unreachable at present. Instead, you may speak with Mistress Thubergium. She has shouldered full responsibility for the guild's leadership in the interim. You'll find her just over there by the bookshelves. You needn't be shy. Though her mind is sharp and critical, her manner is always most welcoming. That's her, I guess. Okay. Report to Bateron. Deliver a log assessor's leisure, and then Way of the Arcanist. Okay. So, can I speak with her? Hey. Can I? So speak with. Oh no, it's this one. Okay, okay, no. It's this person. There we go. Yes, I am Thubvergim. Greetings, and welcome to the Arcanist Guild. As Miri has doubtless explained, I am serving as acting guildmaster until our wayward leader deigns to return. I assume our capable receptionist also spoke of our art's origins? Allow me, then, to expound upon its nature. Arcanima taps into the living energies of ether. The evidence of this is represented by, most aptly perhaps, by our ability to manifest the arcane entity Carbuncle, and the manner of magic with this ethereal ally employs at our command. The core of the discipline, however, is found in the pursuit of definitive solutions to any potential quandary. Even on the field of battle, nay, especially on the field of battle, this principle takes precedence. If one wishes to make certain the question of victory, then one must apply the most effective strategy. An arcanist is measured by her ability to calmly analyze a situation from moment to moment and respond with the most appropriate spells at hand. The study of Arcanima will test your mental faculties to the point of perplexity. Are you prepared to reason your way through predicament after predicament? Yes, Are you prepared to reason? No. I have no interest in being reasonable at all, whatsoever. Absolutely not. Yes. An unambiguous response, the kind I most prefer. Let us now see if the clarity of your words is matched by the sharpness of your mind. Uh-oh, do I have to do math? The lower La Nosea, you will find, among others, 3 species of pest. Wharf rats, little ladybugs, and orale. I ask that you employ your skill in Arcanima to eradicate 3 of each type of creature. Leave the city through the Tempest Gate, and you will soon encounter the potential targets in abundance. As long as you remain focused... Real math is reserved for boss mechanics. Oh no. I do not foresee these opponents causing you or your budding abilities undue difficulty. Once you return from completing this preliminary trial, I will welcome you as an official member of the Arcanist Guild. May your judgment remain swift and clear. Cool. Okay. So, what's the meaning? And that task is over there. I am nowhere near. That's the Hawker's Alley. Okay. And then Wharf Rats. Aurelie. And little ladybugs. Alright. Sure. Let's go. Let us go. Oh, no, should turn around. Turn around. Okay. Anyone else I should talk with? Should I say hi to this person over here? Rube. Epoken. Being a customs officer sometimes feels like Being a customs officer often feels like a thankless job. On any given day, a dozen strangers will accuse you of high sea robbery. High sea robbery. Okay. I must constantly remind myself that what I do is for the good of the nation. Yeah, sure. Understandable. Okay. Sometimes people are just like that. Okay. Time to favorite class quest NPCs. Okay, who's this person over here? The reception hall. That's the reception hall. And this is some kind of path downward? What's down here? Oh, is this where I go down to the wharf rats and stuff? No, maybe yes, no, yes. What's down here? Okay. Da-da-da-da-da. Wandering. Oh, people are summoning. Shh, people are summoning. Okay. Turn, turn, turn. Okay, back up. Hang on. There we go. A part of me is feeling like maybe I should be... yeah, I'll have to think about whether I want to play on a controller or not. Oh, okay. Let's see. Hang on just a sec. I want to check something. Because I have some notice. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Just wanted to check something. Okay. Oh, there's another Ethernet shard. I should probably touch the one that's right there, since it's, you know, connected to my... There we go. All right. Okay, so where do I want to go next? I want to go Log Assessor's Ledger to Sun and Dal. Okay. It's been a while. Hey, how you doing, LT? I hope you're doing well. And my door just opened again. Darn ghost, hang on. If little boy ghost in my house wants to play with things, he can play with some plushies. I'm okay with that. Okay, so let's see. Let's go this way. Good. I'm glad. Are you still in trouble? Oh, it's raining. I hope things have worked out and you're not stuck at home anymore. Good, 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 good. Oh, let's see. Yeah, oh man. Well, LT, there are some new emotes. I don't know how many of them that you'll have access to, but there are new emotes. So if you want to check them out, you're very welcome to. Wait, what was that? Okay. Oh, music. Okay. There's Sun Timal. A ledger from Milvin's Gate, you say? There you go, sir. Handing over stuff. Yet more Bards complain music. Right, that makes sense. Yet more outstanding duty payments. When will those merchants ever learn? Very well. If I catch sight of any offenders, I shall drag them to the gate, kicking and screaming if needs be. One more ledger bound for Bismarck, you say? Follow this path to the upper decks and you'll find the place. Okay. Alright. I can't go. Oh, no, I can. Upper decks. Okay, so she's up there. Oh, Ethernet shard. Okay. Oh, wrong way. Okay. There we go. So I'm guessing it's in here. In here? Ah, the Bismarck. Yes. How do I go inside? Okay, maybe maybe this is a side door. No. Okay. Letitia. Oh. Jump. Yay, I jumped. Okay. And Letitia. Tax evaders among our patrons, you say? Goodness me. There you go. I dare say this may well put an end to their appetite, but this is in the best interest of the city-state. If any of the merchants named in this ledger come to dine with us, I shall see that Milvan's Gate is notified without delay. Complete. Nice. Okay. 1,000 words. I need to report a bilking patron. We spare no effort to ensure that all our patrons enjoy the finest food and hospitality, and it is so doubly hurtful when someone decides to leave without settling the bill. Nary a bell ago, first-time patron did just that. Urushimo is the one who lovingly prepared the man's meal. She's quite upset by the whole affair and has taken it upon herself to draw an illustration of the offender. Might I trouble you to deliver it to the Yellow Jackets on our behalf? Urushimo should be done adding the finishing touches by now. Urushimo is here. So I'm over there. So Urushimo's behind me somewhere. Okay. Somewhere. Oh, I think I saw Urushimo outside. How do I get back outside? Ah, there we go. Stairs. Stairs! Which were there? Oh, there's Urushimo. She's right there. Meh. Okay. Urushimo. Oh, thank you. Grr. I poured my heart and soul into that grilled dodo. If I ever get my hands on that scoundrel, I'll grind his bones to make my bread. Here it is, my rendition of the criminal. I'm gonna put my wing away. Please deliver it to Godebert at the Coral Tower. He knows what to do. Okay. Marauders Guild. Okay. Alright. Okay, I'm going to exit. Meh. Come on. There we go. Alright. Oh, where am I going? Interesting, interesting. Do. Oh, okay, wait. Where did I enter from? Did I enter from... I entered from here. Okay. I'm gonna go back up, I think, and finish my close to home task. Okay. Yes, proceed to the drowning wench. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. I'm sorry, LT. Stop. There we go. Now, turn around me. Turn around. Okay. All right. Ah, there you are, Aspen. Enjoy your jaunt around the city, did ya? Did ya? If you mean to base yourself in Limsa Lominsa, that won't be the last time you'll visit them three places. I know you got some idea of what's where. You can start exploring the rest of the town. Sure thing? Sure thing. You've shown a good ear for listening, lass. Stick with old Batteron, and you'll go far. Complete. Leveled up. What level am I? Level 4. I heard sounds. Okay. All right. So I have the Wharf Rats, Aurelie, and Little Ladybugs. Okay. Oh wait, what's over here? Okay. Where's the... Alright. Mimsa, Lominsa, Verdax. Let's go. Okay. Opposite side. Okay. I think it might be on the lower decks. Yeah, the maps in this game are a little confusing. I'm just gonna wander around a bit. What is this space? Carl Tower. This is where I need to be. And it was Godebert. Okay. There we go. I got to the right place without really realizing it. Okay. Alright. Godebert. A bilker at the Bismarck, and you have an artist's rendition of the man? Mm-hmm. There you go, sir. Or what in the seven hells is this supposed to be? It looks more like the prow of a ship than a man's face. Alright, bedtime. Yeah, thank you so much, Acrosis, for coming by. Okay, yeah, I'll go back to Betaron eventually. I just want to make sure I get some of this stuff done first. Look, we would like nothing more than to bring the offender to justice. 'Tis our duty after all. However, we need a bit more to go on than this piece of art. It would be easiest for all involved if Urshimo were to come here and answer some questions. Please relay to her as much. Okay, Urshimo. I'll go back to... Alright. La da 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 da. Yeah, I'll go check out Betaron. Oh no! What creepy stuff are you watching on YouTube? I know there's a lot of actually really intense horror shorts on YouTube. Well, you know what? There's nothing creepy in this game right now, so I think you're good here. Lend a hand at Summerford Farms. Still Limsa, are you, Aspen? How'd you fancy a trip outside the city walls? I'd like you to visit an orchard by the name of Summerford Farms. Ever heard of the place? The owner, Stalewern, is an old mate of mine. He's got himself a crew of mostly reformed pirate types, if you can believe that, and has been trying to bring a bit of life back to the fields after the calamity ruined the soil. You mentioned needing another hand or two, and your name sprang to mind. I gave you glowing recommendations, so make sure you work hard and impress the old bastard. You need directions? The place isn't hard to find. Just take the Zephyr Gate out of the city and follow the road northeast. Okay. I need to go back to wherever Rishmo is. I get a feeling there's just so many tasks in this area that, wait, airship landing? Yes. That was where we were before, right? Oh. No, maybe not. Blanmus. Oh, infection lore. Yeah. Okay. Let's go back. Bulwark Hall. Yeah. Lower decks. There we go. Wait, what did I just do? Q. Okay. Alright, I don't need it out. I don't know why I'm holding my lore book, but whatever. It figures I would run around. You technically don't need to do any side quests if you don't want. The main scenario gives you enough experience to get max level easily. Okay. Well, I will finish. I will go speak to Rishimo. I will do the Way of the Arcanist, and I'll go to Summerford. And I'm guessing the market board has some stuff that you can do as well. The Arcanist quests are important though because they give you spells. That makes sense. That makes sense. Wait, I forgot. Where's Rishmo? Oh yeah. Way over there. I don't know. And then Summerford Farms. Wait a moment. Wait, where's Rishmo? Wrong way, me. Okay. Okay, this way. Can I put my book away? There we go. Okay. On the Bismarck. Get out of there. That was super creepy. Yeah, I can imagine. You know, I've watched too much of, oh, what's that one that everybody knows about with the people who replace other people? Ugh, what's it called? Ah, so you've spoken with Godebert. Wahahaha. Within the bell, the Yellow Jackets will have that swindling scoundrel locked in a dungeon cell. Doppelgangers, right. And then I'll take my filleting knife and... Huh? Godebert wants me to go to the Coral Tower for questioning? What more information does he want that my drawing doesn't already provide? Isn't that picture supposed to paint 1,000 words? Okay, quest complete. So the Arcanist one, that is in the Lower Lanoska, which is... Okay. So I have to go down, down, down. And it's daytime. Oh, right. That's not the way I go down. Okay. So I think I'm heading down this way. Oh no, 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 no. And this way. Okay. Ooh. Interesting. There we go. Yeah, the mimics. Materia Milder. So, I think I have to go down this way? Did I touch this shard? I think I already did. Alright. Lower decks, upper deck. Okay. The ferry docks. Okay, wait, where is this task again? And where am I in comparison? Oh, I'm down here. I need to go the other direction. That way? Can I go? Small child. Okay, so I need to be over there, essentially. Yep. Okay. Oh. Alright, there we go. Up. Up, 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 up. Time to sleep. Okay, have a good night. Yeah, take care, Giva. Thank you so much for stopping by, and even in the game. That was really great. Thank you for the axolotl. Okay. Okay. Name. Alright, so how do I get down here? I think this is where I need to be. I have to get down there. That's the docks. Okay. Maybe this is not where I need to be. Dear. I mean, I guess I could just wander around a lot, too. That's okay to do. I guess people go fishing over here. Okay. Maybe not down here. Oh. Oops. Yeah, Mimic has to kill a person to copy their voice. Not exactly the most pleasant thing in the world. Now, are the red ones I can't do yet? Not yet available. Okay. Temples of War, Magic, and Walker installed and registered. Okay. Fair enough. Charlayan Maiden. I am not yet worthy of such a task. Okay. So how do I get down? So Bulwark Hall. Oh, wait, that was probably where I went before. What's down here? That's up the stairs, okay. I am not going up, but maybe I should. What? Meh. Yeah, you know, sometimes it's good to take a break from the creepy stuff. And, okay, I'm going to the upper decks. I need to go down. No. You know, it's interesting because I'm... Alright, here we go. Let me go back down. So I'm not somebody who gets scared very much anymore with a lot of horror. You know, a jump scare will hit me, but it doesn't bother me particularly a lot. But I think it's because I've watched enough. And I don't have a lot of fears, just in general. But let's go down to the airship landing. Yes. Maybe I'm wrong. How do I get to the wharf rats? Okay. Oh, I can't get past there. Okay. Okay, maybe I'm in the wrong place. Okay, I am in the wrong place. How do I get down there? Lower decks. I think this is the lowest I can get, so... It's the opposite direction of where I'm standing right now, so... Oh, wait, what did I do? Oh, no, I don't want to sprint. Yeah, the map's very confusing. Slay 3 wharf rats, 3 standard practice presented. Yeah, map. How do I get get down there? Delivering local. Well, I have to attune myself in order to get there. Okay. You know, I will say this about YouTube, like the horror shorts I've seen on YouTube. A lot of them are better than scary movies I've seen. Like, I think there's a certain art to horror that tends to work better in short form than it does in longer movies. Because longer movies can kind of drag on. But I've seen some very good horror on YouTube in short films that have been really, actually very impressive. Bookwyrm. But yeah, I think some of the short horror I've seen on YouTube is a lot more interesting than I've seen on in other areas of social media, I guess, or in film movies as well. All right. So I guess I need to get down there? Or am I looking in the right place? I'm getting down there. Oh. It's gonna be on my YouTube For You page. Right. Oh my gosh. Yeah, for a while I had a lot of short form horror showing up in my For You page. How did I get over there? Okay, just jump down. Alright, how do I get down to those wharves? There's gotta be a way. Alright. Looks like I have to go some kind of weird roundabout way to get there. I think I just went in an entire circle. Watch me do something really dumb, like it's a really easy way to go, and I'm just not paying attention. Wait. Through this door. No. Maybe I should go down this way. I am so hopelessly lost in this game. Okay. Upper decks. Wait, it's a sign. Will you tell me anything, street sign? No, you won't. Thanks. Oh wait, there's a Ethernet shard. Aft castle. Cool. Alright. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Am I on the right path? Have I found the right path? Lower. Yes! I think I got it. I think I did. Okay. Battle. Right click on a target to switch to active mode. Right click. And ready auto attack. Approach and face the target to start the battle. Two rotating arrows will appear above the target you are currently attacking. Various actions such as spells and weapon skills can be performed by clicking on the icons located on the hotbar on the bottom of your screen. These actions can also be initiated using the shortcut keys indicated in the upper left-hand corner of each icon. Most actions require magic points to execute, in addition to having recast times of various lengths. Detailed information on an action can be viewed by mousing over its icon. Disciples of Magic and Disciples of War, who specialize in ranged attacks, such as archers, are best suited to fighting their targets from a distance. The range and radius of an action can also be confirmed in the help window. Alright. Oh, achievements. Congratulations, you have just received your first achievement. Achievements are earned by reaching certain milestones during your adventures in Erzea. Okay. Wharf rat. There's lots of wharf rats. Okay, so one. Experience points. Multiple solo players attack the same target. The player who attacks first will always okay. Alright. Binding items. An item you have equipped is now bound to you. It can no longer be traded or put up for sale at the markets. Most items can be sold and traded freely because they're used in before they are used in battle, crafting, or gathering. Performing one of these free actions. Okay. Alright. Okay, and I need to slay one more. Up. I've got to get some ladybugs. Okay. Oh. It's right there. Wait. Okay. one more. One more. Little ladybug. But, I mean, it's a cute little ladybug. It's hardly doing any harm. Okay. And then Aurelie. Which are... Wait. I guess they're here? Little ladybug. Wharf rats. Ladybugs and wharf rats. Wait. Where are the Aurelie? Probably not gonna go after the mossless thing. That looks huge and scary. Smack the rat with my book, yeah. Wharf rat and ladybug. River toad. Are those the Aurelie? Oh, yeah. There we go. Okay. Alright, hang on just a second. Fate system. Alright. I'm gonna go grab a snack because I'm a little hungry, so I'll be right back. Okay. This game does have a lot of text. By the way, we are not going to be discussing my addiction to Biscoff. I'll just eat them. Wait. Don't go away. I'm trying to attack you. Okay. There we go. Yes, my addiction to Biscoff cookies is, I think it's because they're so simple. Cannot execute it this time. These Aurelie are pretty tough. Yes. Alright, and there's one more right there. Hey, you. There we go. All right. Now back to the Arcanist Guild. Which is full-time active event. These public quests occur and you can participate. Whenever you sense a fate nearby, a message will appear on your screen. Okay. Okay. Alright. Wait, which way did I come through? River Toad. Okay. It was that way. Oh my god, there's a bunch of them. Those things are huge. I have never seen a toad that huge. I could probably use the ether stones. Ether stones, correct? Kind of want to make a habit of wandering around a little bit more, though, so I have a sense of where I am. Upper decks. Cute. It's a delivery Moogle. Oh, I know what you're thinking. Moogles are supposed to hide in trees and avoid contact with outsiders. Why ever would they agree to carry about letters? Why indeed. If I had my way, I'd be curled up under the canopy of a nice oak, dreaming about some beautiful mooglet with a rainbow-colored pom-pom kupo. But no! The moon had to go and drop from the sky, causing all that terrible commotion. Etherites were shattered, and link pearls rendered useless. For moons, the poor wingless people of Eorzea, yeah, had no way of communicating with each other beyond screaming at the top of their lungs, which no one really approved of, Kupo. That is, until little horned ones asked us to assist them by delivering messages. At first we were wary of showing ourselves, worried that one of you might catch and skin us, like you do every other forest furry. Once we saw how much we were appreciated, we knew we'd found our new calling. And I personally promised to try and not read anything along the way, Kupo. Oh. Look what we have here. 2 new letters arrived just for you. Oh, okay. 4-piece Tantalus attire. Be your own canary. Alright. Access by... Okay. Untradable items. Okay, cannot be sold or traded. A unique item. Never possess more than one at a time. Okay. Alright, I don't need that. Yes. 4-piece set of Advent attire. May it, never mind, take all. Okay, so that is... armory chest? Delete. Yes. So, head. Tantalus vest? No. Tantalus vest. Or strife vest. Untradable. Antelope's vest. I think that's what I'm wearing. Okay. Breeches. Strife bags. Oh, yeah, try on. They're pretty much just jeans. Okay. Alright, so. Try on. Oh, that's kind of cool looking. You know what? I'll wear that. Equip. And then equip. Oh, I guess I cannot change. There's some boots. Neck, wrist, rings, and soul crystal. Okay. So I can't wear, alright, so try on, and then... Okay. Oh, maybe I can't put... Oh, okay. Equip. Cannot. Oh, okay. And then... Equip. There we go. See, we've got some blue on, so I'm more Aspen-y. Because, you know. Blue, blue, blue. Alright. Okay, so... Oh, look at that. Yeah, it does seem more adventurer now. It looks more like, you know, practical clothes I can wear when running around place to place. Wait, I'm back at the Drowning Wench? I need to go to the Arcanist Guild. Missing Mastin. Okay. Bulwark Hall. Yes. Okay, I'm starting to get the hang of this. It's not too bad. Interesting. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Oh my gosh, look at this guy. Holy shimoly. Look at this guy. That guy's cool. Oh my gosh. That guy's really cool looking. Is there anything at the market board I can look at? Okay. Oh, so I guess this is where people can trade? Okay. This is gonna take a while to really learn everything. La 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 la. Report to Bookwyrm. This game is a time sink. Oh my gosh, I completely agree. Like, I was just thinking, there's always something to do. And like, uno momento. Sorry, a little crunchy there. But yeah, there's so much to do. I can see it easily being like a time sink, and it's probably why they have the etherites. Oh, all festival, join us as we celebrate the season that brought us pumpkin spice lattes, cozy sweaters, and bonfires. Now to 5 a.m. EST, 11 hours of amazing music, gamba full bar. Rafflesia in Shroud, bring friends, and prepare for lots of fun. Oh, I should be reading this. I suggest you continue your forays into the wilderness and keep the pages of your grimoire turning. There's no finer teacher than the harsh mistress of experience. And to commemorate this occasion, I gift you with this hunting log. Hunting log? Oh, I was thinking like a log. I was thinking like a tree, not a book. The enemies marked within its pages have been specifically chosen to challenge your abilities in Arcanima. When you devise a new strategy or tactic, you now have a ready source of opponents in which to test it. And when you feel you can command Carbuncle as easily as you might move your own limbs, return to me for further instruction. I will be waiting. The next Arcanist quest will be available from Fubbergium upon reaching level 5. Okay. On to some more. Hunting log. A record of your completion of tasks involving the slaying of certain creatures. Log. Transgauge unlocked. Oh, I just got a whole bunch of stuff here. Ether charge. Summon Ruby. No. And Gem Shine. Okay, so I've got a bunch of new stuff. Yeah, log. Think about the thing from Ren and Stimpy. What rolls on the stairs alone or in pairs? Rolls over your neighbor's dog. Alright. I don't need to talk to anybody in here. Have to wait until I'm level 5 though. Okay. So, how do I go on to Summerford Farms? Okay. Middleanosea. Oh, you know what I realized? Armory chest. I also have gloves. Equip. Ooh, see? Now I have gloves. Actually looks pretty cool. I'm not sure about the ruffly tie here, but, you know, whatever. And boots. Equip. Yeah. That looks pretty cool. We're doing well. No hat, though. Oh, wait. Let me try this whole outfit. I just want to try. This looks a little more goth to me. I don't know. That's kind of cool, too. I don't know. Maybe I'll run around this one for a little while. Close the armory chest. So I need to go to upper or middle. Transgauge unlocked. Transgauge indicates the time remaining for the effects of ether charge. Oh, that's what this thing is. Interesting. Executing the action also grants Ruby Arcanum, which is used to summon Ruby Carbuncle. Ether charge Topaz at 15, at 22 Emerald. Each summon, when called forth, will tap into its respective arcanum, granting you stacks of an elemental attunement. Okay, this is going to be a lot to absorb. Oh, that's so cute. Wait, that looks like a little boat. It is a little boat. Let's see. So, to go... Okay, alright. So we go out this way again. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna see if I can do the Summerford Farm task. But I do want to get some sleep soon. So, no. Down this way. Get out there. Wait. No. No, I need to go down there. How do I get down there? Can I go down via, let's see. On. We go down. I swear that, okay. Downstairs. And that way. Over to that direction. Way out there. Okay, those are the directions. Over there, that way, and then way out there. That's where everything is. Okay. Wait. Over there, that way, way out there. Yeah. A lift of some sort or stairs. Yeah. Okay. Like right here. Yeah. The Zephyr Gate. Yeah. Like right here where I should have gone all along. Okay. There's some guys. There's something kind of, I know, Studio Ghibli-ish? Bonky with the book. There we go. Nice. Oh, now I feel sorry for it. So I'm level 6 right now. What's this? Oh, wait. Fate joined. I'm not ready to join a Fate. I'm just gonna hang out over this way. Studio Ghibli, or Ghibli. Yeah. Yeah, there's something kind of, I don't know, like, I always call it Ghibli, but I think it's Ghibli. I could be wrong. Look. Look at those guys. A puck hatchling. Is this telling me to go this way? Tiny mandragora. Oh, that's so cute! Look at the little guy. I'm supposed to attack those? Have I summoned my pet? I have not. The carbuncle? Okay. There's the carbuncle. Oh wait, am I going the right way? Yes, I'm almost there. The mandragora are so cute. Why would I attack the mandragora? Alright, I need to speak to Staleworm. No work ethic in these washed-up lackeys, too busy living in the past to make a difference in the present. I hoped they'd put that pirate muscle to good use out in the fields, but I failed to reckon on their loafing pirate bones. Okay. Oh, there's my carbuncle. Look, it's blue. Okay. I think I want to try wearing with the how did I get there in the first place? Party, travel, logs, duty. Wait, what was duty? Collections. Ah, yes, minion guide. I want the axolotl back. I'm gonna try the axolotl. I think axolotls are really cute too. Hello. Okay. I feel very goth in this outfit. Okay. Who's this? Okay, nobody I can speak with. Carbuncle and Axolotl were doing something together. I don't know. Wait. Nobody else is in here. Okay. Maybe I'm in the wrong place. Okay. Merchant. Delivery Moogle. Oh, hey. No new letters for you today, Kupo. Fine. Striking dummy. La 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 la. Oh yes, the crystal. Where's the crystal? Chocobo. Keep. Where is the crystal? Is there one in there? No. No, no, no. Meh. Okay. Hunter Scholar. There we go. Okay. Oh, look at the kitten. Oh, yes. Okay. So, how do I get to this Staleworn person? Do I need to go up higher? Okay, they're that way somewhere. Way up there? Oh, Aetheryte. By learning the spell Teleport, you're now able to travel instantly between Aetherytes to which you are attuned. Access Teleport. Teleport, travel. Teleport. Okay. Unlike other spells, Teleport does not require MP. Registering an Aetheryte as a favored destination will reduce the amount of gil required to travel there. Okay. Alright, whoever this person is somewhere around here. Staleworn. There we go! Oh my gosh, this guy looks scary. Alright. Staleworn. We'll speak. Ah, you must be adventurer Baderon promised to send along. Aspen Dracaena, wasn't it? You honored his word, so that's a good start. I'm Stalin, the old bastard, as Baderon likely described me, and this here is my humble orchard. A good number of the lads and lasses working here once terrorized the high seas. If you're wondering why I employ these scrags, well, they used to crew my pirate ship. Well, that explains it. Okay. Biscoff, you can go there. A good... Okay. Biscoff there. But the calamity did for our ship like it did so many others, and I was sore wounded in the bargain. I had to feed myself and my crew somehow, and Admiral Merlwyb's initiative to get us landlocked buccaneers work in the field seemed too fine an offer to refuse. Well, it turns out you can take the pirate away from the sea, but you can't take the sea away from a pirate. A lot of my books just never took to tending the soils, you see? And unfortunately, the botanists I called in to train them have been wringing their hands in black despair. With so much work piling up, I need a tougher soul like you to step in and help where it's needed. Okay. On to Summerford. Okay. Wait. Complete? Altered thigh boots. Oh, I can choose which I get from it. Altered leather thigh boots. Item level 5. Disciple of War, all classes. I'm not looking to be a disciple of war. Allegan bronze piece, currently minted, exchangeable for gil, sells for 100 gil. Okay, get the altered thigh boots, I guess. Russet brown dye. Huh. Those look really cool though. Mole brown dye. I'll get the altered ones. Okay. Quest complete. And I leveled up to 7. Nice. Okay, I have no more quests right now. Alright. Alright, you know what? Why don't I stop here? Because I finished the quest and it's getting late for me. So, what do? System, social, system. Okay, so I can exit game. Alright. So yeah, this has been fun and interesting. I can tell I'm going to be very confused for a little while. But I'm enjoying this. And this is pretty cool. So, let's see. Oh wait, hold on. He has an explanation. Let's just do this real quick. Talk to him again. Sailorn wishes to inspect your equipment and thereby gauge your readiness for the tasks you have in mind. Yeah, it takes time. I have a mind to set you a task, Dracaena, but before I do, I need to be sure you're properly kitted out. Pirates don't care to parley with dandies, you understand. It might well be that the ones here have traded in their cutlasses for coulters, but they're still rogues at heart. I know a solid set of gear when I see it. Come back when you think you're more suitably equipped. Equip your head, body, hands, legs, and feet with gear of item level 5 or greater, and speak with Stalewurm. Alright. You can view, equip, or remove gear. Character, or C. Okay. Alright, so I guess I need to buy gear next. Because what am I wearing now? That's level 1. The Ari gown is level 5. Okay, my original outfit is level 5. Okay. I guess I just need to wear all of my original stuff. Equip. Boots. Equip. Or maybe try the level. Let's see. The thigh boots. I have nothing for head. I have nothing for hand. Alright, so everything's level 1. Okay. Just to call. No, lass. I fear I can't give you work looking like that. It's not about just handling yourself in combat. If you want to dress in such ways to terrorize your foes, causing them to regret challenging you in the first place. So I guess I need head, body, hands, legs, and feet with gear of item 5 or greater. Okay. Alright. I'll leave it at this task. Hang on a second. So to travel, teleport to okay. Lower decks. Okay. I'll probably have to buy some gear. Alright, I'm gonna stop here. System, log out. Okay. Alright. So yeah, I'll be trying to do this like, you know, every Friday, I guess. I might come back tomorrow just to practice on it. I might stream it, I might not. And on Sunday, I'll be doing a Fortnite stream with Austin. So, yeah, have a wonderful night, everyone. It was so nice to have y'all here. This has been a really pleasant experience, so I'm really happy. Let's see who I can raid. Alright, so I'm gonna exit. Exit game. Alright, let's see. I'm just gonna go over here for a quick sec. Let's see. Who can I raid? Raiding who? Let's see. I see. Sonic Frontiers, Layers of Fear 2. Just chatting. Fallout 3. 8 Honey Maru, or Ate Honey Maru, doing art. Some people are playing, yeah, Call of Duty, tabletop RPGs. What is Kitty McPancakes doing? Oh, let's... For Dragon Age. You know, Kitty McPancakes is working on a subathon. So why don't we go over to Kitty? I think that makes sense. So, have a wonderful night, everyone. We will raid Kitty. Oh, I think Kitty is playing Fortnite. So let's go ahead and do that. All right, have a good night, everybody. Love you guys. Bye.